chin is there. That's it. Thank you. Please, no questions. No. No, they're not allowed. They're only allowed questions in the second time. But there will be online questions. So you have to submit it. It's like a sliding. I'm just going to show you something here.
Dear guests, dear friends, it's lovely to see so many of you coming to Brussels today on behalf of the Belgian presidency of the European Union. I'd like to extend to you our warmest greetings. And they are warm, even though it's pretty polar and cold outside. The air is a bit cold up there, and also across Europe there's sort of elections going on and political changes going on. There are many winds blowing, and I think it's an absolute credit to the Belgian EU presidency that regardless of what rocks us, we keep going on our journey with a roadmap on carcinogens. And on their behalf, I'd like to welcome you all today. My name's Brenda O'Brien. I work for EU OSHA, and I'll be your moderator over the next day or two. So, a couple of announcements. First of all, we have Wi-Fi, which is nice. You can register with your email and your phone number. And we also have translation. And it's interesting for the translation, because you might say to yourself, well, if I'm going to use the translation, where are the headphones? Well, just have a look under your left arm rest, and you will find discreetly and brilliantly hidden in there the headphones, and please use them liberally over the next days. Now, in case your headphones don't work, we have headsets over there, just in case there's any problem. There are headsets over there. You can go over there and get one, but usual rules apply. And if you try to leave the building with the headset, we will find you. We have translation. You can press 1 for Netherlands, 2 for French, 3 for German, 4 for English, and if you're in need, there's special channel 5, English spoken with an Irish accent. I'd like to also, just before I come on to the evacuation plan, I'd like to also say a very special hello to our international audience who are not able to be with us here today and who are joining us online. And welcome to all our online participants. And there will be opportunities for you to intervene in this conference over the 2 days. I'll explain to you later how. Regarding emergency evacuation procedures, in case of emergency, there are no practice runs in the planning today. So if you hear an alarm, follow the experts. And here is an exit on my right, on your left, and at the back there is an exit. Go out there and turn right, and then go immediately to the front door, go out onto the street, and you can see on the map there the place where you can assemble if there is an emergency. And stay calm and leave your things, and don't worry, we'll look after you. We will also today use, I just want to let you know, we will use Menti, which is an app that will allow you all to answer a few questions. I would like you to, first of all, switch the volume of your mobile phone off, but log on to Menti using this code. It's very nice because it also allows our international guests to join in and answer the questions. And the other thing is, today, if you are using your phone to send messages or to do your email, leave the browser open. Don't exit and enter again. It's a bit awkward like that, so just leave it open, because we'll ask you a few questions at the beginning and we'll ask you a few questions at the end. So this conference We will have, over the course of this afternoon, we will have keynote speeches addressing the crucial subject of exposure data. We'll be looking at new information and past information from my colleagues from the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work. We'll be looking at a scene setter and also looking at latest results from the Worker Exposures Survey. We will be going back over the roadmap on carcinogens challenges, the ones concerning education, substitution, risk management, the involvement of occupational prevention organisations, and also cooperation with inspectorates. So, and this evening, we've been absolutely spoilt because the Belgian EU presidency will actually invite us to the Beer Museum. So it's a wonderful museum downtown, and I'll tell you more about that reception later. So I'd like us now to try the first Menti question. Can you see, we want to get to know you a little bit better. So we want to know what group do you represent. If you've logged on now, are you from the social partner, from the worker side, employers, governments, labour inspectorates? Are you an OSH expert or a researcher, or are you the famous other? So if you can answer now, we'll be able to have a look and see who exactly are we sitting in this room with. Might be a good idea for us to know. There are a lot of governments here. Our next one, in what country do you normally work? And pin it on the map. Now here's the thing, if the country you normally work in doesn't appear on the map, just put it outside the map. Otherwise, it would have been too complicated for Menti to figure out. So this will also enable us a little bit to get used to this platform, but to also see. And I think you can see from this that we've quite a spread across Europe. Are you getting used to the app? Are you having difficulties? Is it okay? Yeah? Yeah, I can see more of you are getting used to it now. I'm sorry, I'm Irish, but I've just realized that nobody from Ireland has responded. So, yeah, and where are the... we've one Italian? Surely there are more Italians around there. Yeah. Actually, I could call you out eventually if we don't get more spread here. So do switch on your mobile phone. Here's another one to help you to get used to Menti. What's your favorite Brussels attraction? The mannequin pit? Is it Belgian chocolates, the atomium, the wonderful EU quarter? I mean, it's just fascinating. The Grand Place or the Grote Markt, Belgian beer, Brussels sprouts, waffles, or none of these? Unknown. Yeah, none of these. One mean person has said none of these. Come on. Yeah, okay, it's a clear winner for, I think, chocolate, followed closely by Belgian beer and waffles. Right. That's great. Okay, so I hope now that you're used to the app. And a final question before we begin. Do you think you've been exposed to carcinogens at work? Yes, no, I don't know, or I'd rather not say. Well, yeah. Between yes and no, we have almost 50-50, don't we? Yeah, very close, very close. Okay, well, thank you for that. Please keep Menti open because I'm coming back to it later on. And the next questions will also be used in the panel discussion that we'll have tomorrow. So the next questions will require you to do some serious thinking because we will be able to see and look a little bit what, if you're a labour inspector, if you're from the government, what your opinions are in those questions. We'll feed them in to the panel tomorrow. So the object and some key messages from the Belgian presidency. I think there are many of you that are familiar with the roadmap on carcinogens, and some of you will be here for the first time. But we will today have, it'll be a good introduction for those of you who are not familiar with it. The Belgian presidency is clearly hoping that not only will we look back on what has been achieved so far by the roadmap on carcinogens, but also identifying how well different pillars and challenges performed. We will also hopefully look forward to what will happen going ahead. We want to highlight the importance of the fight against occupational cancer. And the Belgian presidency wishes to commit its absolute commitment to the roadmap on carcinogens. The prevention of occupational cancers is a priority for the Belgian president. And in their view, it's a job that has to be tackled by a joint effort of governments, also social partners, of experts, of researchers, of employers and of trade unions. The STOP hierarchy is the way to do it. And this starts with substitution. And in the view of the Belgian presidency, the carcinogens should be replaced as much as possible by less hazardous substances. So here today, representing the Belgian EU presidency, I'm delighted to say that we have Hannah Sanders, who is the advisor of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Economy and Employment, Pierre-Yves Darmanin. So, Hannah, I'd like you to come and tell us a few words. Thank you.
I'm very tall, so I will make it go up. Dear participants, it's my honor to welcome you all to the closing event of the Roadmap on Carcinogens 2.0 in Brussels, the beating heart of the European Union. Work is a fundamental aspect of our lives, playing a crucial role in shaping our health and our well-being. However, a poor working environment characterized by inadequate working conditions or even harmful exposures can lead to severe health outcomes. Among these, occupational cancers stand out as extremely devastating. Each year, more than 100,000 workers in the European Union die of these cancers. This not only brings profound suffering to those affected and to their families, but also imposes enormous costs onto our society. Importantly, these cancers are preventable and it is our collective responsibility to ensure their eradication. The importance of the European Union in pursuing safe and healthy workplaces while ensuring a level playing field across member states cannot be overstated. The EU legislative powers in working protection, as well as regulation on the production, marketing, but also the use of chemicals, present unique opportunities in this matter. Already 34 years ago, the European Union adopted a directive specifically aimed at improving the prevention of work-related cancer in the workplace. This directive, even in its initial form, rightfully emphasized substitution as the most effective prevention measure, placing it at the top of the hierarchy of preventive actions. Over the years, this directive has undergone several adaptations. Since 2017, 5 batches of limit values have been added to the directive, all in line with the Commission's broader commitment to intensify the fight against occupational cancer. Meanwhile, the gradual phasing out and restricting the use of some chemicals of very high concern in the REACH regulation has proven to be the most powerful drivers for actual substitution. This approach has shown to be more effective than the general substitution obligation found in worker protection legislation. Therefore, the use of both legislative frameworks is the most effective strategy to protect workers from harmful exposures. A strong general chemicals policy also significantly benefits worker protection. In this context, I would also like to highlight the recent conference that maybe you know, Tomorrow's Chemicals Policy, Perspectives and Challenges, organized by the FPS Public Health, Food Chain Safety and Environment, also in the context of this Belgian presidency. This event provided as a platform to assess the progress of chemicals policy, identify today's main challenges, and also explore tomorrow's opportunities in light of the chemical strategy for sustainability and the actions that are still pending. Effective legislation requires proper implementation. OSH legislation is to be a significant extent goal-oriented, often imposing general principles and requirements, leaving the choice of the concrete implementation measures to individual employers. While this approach offers versatility, it also presents challenges in the practice for both employers but also for our inspectors. There is still considerable room for improvement, we have to be honest. Reports from the recent 85th plenary session of the Committee of Senior Labour Inspectors, held here a couple of weeks ago in Brussels, indicate that the risks associated with working with carcinogens are not well managed in a significant number of workplaces. Lack of awareness and knowledge are critical factors contributing to this shortfall. This is where guidelines, such as the Commission's guidance for the safe management of hazardous medicinal products at work, but also the EU OSHA's campaigns and publications, and the Roadmap on Carcinogens initiative, play a vital complementary role to legislation and inspection efforts. As many of you know, the Roadmap on Carcinogens was launched in Amsterdam in 2016 as a 4-year initiative aimed at raising awareness about the risks of carcinogen exposure in the workplace and promoting the exchange of good practices. Nearing its arrival in Berlin in 2020, the initiative was extended to the Roadmap 2.0, with specific challenges, and Brussels, today, as the end point in 2024. I'm delighted to announce that this initiative does not conclude here. Tomorrow, we launch Roadmap 3.0, continuing our mission with similar vigor and commitment. To end this introduction, I would really like to wish you a fruitful and enjoyable meeting. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the participants here in the room, but also at home or from distance, speakers, panel members, roadmap partners, and especially the roadmap management for their dedication and tireless efforts for this valuable initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for those encouraging remarks. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting few days. I'll tell you more about tomorrow as well later on. But right now it's time to get, I think, into the detail. And it is my absolute honor to present to you two of my colleagues from the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work. And I would like to firstly invite to the scene Elke Schneider. Elke is our Senior Occupational Safety and Health and Policy Specialist with a background in chemical engineering and biochemistry. And based on our own research and based on Elke's experience, she will provide us with a scene setter and will provide us with some very up-to-date and interesting information. Following on from her will be another colleague of mine, and I will come back to you on that later. So Elke, please, I'd like to invite you to come up here and join me.
Thank you, Brenda. I'd like to thank the Belgian presidency for having invited me to introduce this conference by setting the scene for this very important event where all the activities of the Roadmap on Carcinogens will be presented, and also, of course, the most recent results from our worker exposure survey. I will run you through a few facts and figures based on agency publications and as a thought provoker and an input to the discussions. First, I'd like to refer to our enterprise survey, a survey among establishments where we ask the person who's in charge about health and safety at work about the risks that are recognized in these enterprises and about the management of health and safety at work. There's some good news from that survey, and that is that when enterprises, there are about 36% that report exposure to chemicals and biological agents. Those enterprises that report, that are aware of the risks, are also reporting that they are carrying out risk assessments. Enterprises that have OSH preventive services or occupational physicians are more likely to report the carrying out a workplace risk assessment, so this really helps the preventive services. Enterprises that have access to advice from social partner organizations, and that's a message to the social partner organizations, are more likely to report these risks and to carry out risk assessment. And also those that are visited by labor inspectors. So all the OSH framework that we have in Europe really works, and it does incite enterprises to look at what they have at the enterprise level and to do something about it. In 2014 and 2019, in these two waves, last waves of the survey, use of dangerous substances was the most frequently addressed topic in training of workers in those that identified this as a risk. Another good message here. When we look at the worker side, about 18% of EU workers in the working conditions survey carried out by our sister agency in Dublin report being exposed to chemicals for at least 25% of their working time. The last results are from 2019, but we don't expect them to have changed a lot because they hadn't changed the years before either. Now, if we look at cancer and carcinogens, cancer is the second main cause of death in the EU. Lung cancer is at the top here. We have about 2.6 million people diagnosed with cancer every year, and it kills about 1.2 million. So that's the general figures. Of these, about 48% are linked to work, but the proportions are very different for different types of cancer. So this would be much higher for lung cancer, for example. This is a European Commission priority. It's mentioned in the strategic framework. It's mentioned in the Beating Cancer Plan, where also our worker exposure survey is referenced. We've had a lot of changes to legislation since the roadmap began, but still there's a need for information on exposure to carcinogens, and my colleague will present you with some very interesting data on this later. We all have seen these figures about the number of people who die from being exposed to carcinogens. About half of the work-related deaths are linked to work-related cancer, to exposure to cancer risk factors, and this comes at a very high cost in the EU. What's really important here is that many of the most relevant carcinogens, and we'll hear about some, are process-generated. So they escape chemicals legislation, they escape the provision of safety data sheets, and so on. This is a report that we published some time ago and that looked at the ways of assessing exposure to carcinogens and of assessing occupational cancer. Within this report, we described also the Carrick study that estimated that the most common exposures were actually due to a physical factor, and that was UV exposure. The second most common was environmental tobacco smoke, and here again a very positive message. Due to legislation, this has really gone down. This is expected to have gone down quite a lot. So legislation works against exposure to carcinogens. Again, here in this study, in the Carrick study, we had a lot of process-generated substances. For example, wood dust, diesel engine exhaust, but also respirable crystalline silica. All of this being addressed also in legislation and in practical tools at work. And many of these are process-generated. We have some follow-up studies. Although the Carrick study hasn't been continuing, we have some follow-up studies such as the Carrick's Canada, and that recently, for example, issued a warning of exposure to carcinogens to the general public, but also to workers from forest fires. So here a link to climate change and to the developments around climate change. They may cause exposure to carcinogens. Another example from an article that you can find on our wiki, workers are often exposed to several carcinogens that may cause different types of cancers. On the other hand, different carcinogens can, for example, cause the same type of cancer, so it can be quite difficult to recognize what exactly the cause was for an occupational cancer that results from exposure. Many of those that you see there, again, are process-generated substances. And as I said previously, they escape chemicals legislation. There's no safety data sheets that employers will receive for these substances. So they have to rely on other sources of information, on tools, for example, that help them assess these exposures. And here you see an example from France. A sheet, a guidance sheet that should help employers identify which carcinogens in which occupation and different types of tasks would be relevant for exposure to workers. And you've got very different ones. You've got formaldehyde that will probably be in wood products, you've got wood dust, you've got polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons or crystalline silica, depending on the tasks in this profession. So there are tools that can be consulted to get some information as an employer. Also, we need to consider when we talk about carcinogens that those substances, also the process-generated substances, can have different effects. So when we prevent exposure to a substance, then we also prevent, for example, sensitization for wood dust, or we prevent toxic effects for chromium-6 compounds, nasal perforations. So there's a whole lot of different properties that we are looking at there and that we need to consider here. When we look at cancer risk factors, we tend to say carcinogens, but it's not only carcinogens, it can also be physical risk factors. And I mentioned ultraviolet radiation as one, and my colleague Marine will be saying something about that. Already very early on, when we published this report, and that's more than 10 years ago, we asked experts about what they recognized as some of the major chemical risks and major carcinogen risks. This is from the Physical Emerging Risks Report, sorry for my mistake. And they identified ultraviolet radiation as an issue, and an issue where the impact would increase. At the moment, we're talking about this when we're looking at our climate change research. And there's a lot of professions that can be exposed, and Marine will present some results on that. So you have, on the one hand, service professions, you have manufacturing professions where UV is used, for example, for hardening of resins, and you have those who work outside, so who work exposed to sun. Quite a few possibilities to be exposed to UV radiation. Another issue that we haven't looked at a lot is biological risks. Again, here in our work on emerging biological risks, we identified some issues with substances produced by biological agents, some mycotoxins, and quite a few of us will have heard of aflatoxins, for example, some of the most toxic chemicals that exist, or for example, hepatitis B and C that may lead to liver cancer. So also in the area of biological agents, we have cancer risk factors. And quite a few sectors in which they can occur, for example, waste treatment, agriculture, animal breeding, and so on. But also in a sector like healthcare. And emergency and aid workers could also be exposed. Let's think again of climate change. Some of the aid workers will be more exposed to more natural events, so also they might be considered to be more at risk. Again, there are examples of guidance, and on top of this list, I'd like to mention an initiative from the Netherlands. This is a guidance that has been produced and aims at addressing the risks from organic dust, specifically for agriculture. And if you look at this webpage, we have one of the winners of the Healthy Workplaces Campaign 2018-19 Good Practice Awards that is mentioned there. So again, there are examples of awareness-raising tools and information that deal with some of the sectors where awareness might be low. And another example that I'm showing here, and I'm coming to the end of my intervention, is from the German Committee on Biological Agents that has carried out an assessment of the importance of mycotoxins at workplaces. They provide in this table, unfortunately this is only available in German, some information on the types of mycotoxins. They've done workplace measurements on the sectors, tasks where workers might be exposed. And most interestingly, the German agency Research Agency for Occupational Safety and Health, the BAUer, is carrying out a project at the moment that is looking at updating this information with workplace measurements in very different sectors. It will be very interesting to see the results of this research. So I've run you through a lot of thought-provoking facts and figures, and I'd like to hand over now to my colleague Marine for her to present some of the results from the Workers' Exposure Survey that will enlighten us more on these exposures. Thank you for your attention.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Elke. Thank you. So, it's now another great honour for me to present a colleague of mine, Marine Cavey, who is our research project manager. And Marine is the coordinator of the groundbreaking workers' exposure survey that Elke mentioned, that has been carried out within the framework of EU OSHA's work on cancer risk factors in Europe. Previously, Marine, who is French, was a research analyst at the French Ministry of Labour, and as Elke said, she's now going to give you the absolute up-to-date latest findings on the worker exposure survey. Here you go, Marine.
No, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the Belgian presidency to have me after Elke as keynote speaker. Okay, I forgot. Okay, so I will present today some of the results of the workers' exposure survey. We have little time, so I would advise you to go to our website if you want to know more of what I will say today. So the added value of the workers' exposure survey mostly is that the survey is asking the workers about detailed questions about what they were doing in the last working week, so that they remember very well what they did in the last working week. After they reply to the questions, there is an expert exposure assessment to the 24 cancer risk factors using a tool that is called OCIDEAS, and you can find all this information in the methodology reports. We are not only considering exposure to chemicals, but also physical risk factors, as Elke just mentioned. We have ultraviolet radiation, solar and artificial, but also ionizing radiation. And the very good thing from the workers' exposure survey is that we can see the multiple exposure over the last working week. No, okay, sorry. Okay, so what about the prevalence of the exposure among the working population? The West respondents represent 98.5 million European workers. We are covering Finland, France, Germany, Hungary, Ireland, and Spain. Unfortunately, not Belgium, but still we are representing quite a lot of European workers with this survey. We have asked self-employed employees, family workers to reply to the survey, so it's not only employees. And we cover all occupation and economic sectors of activity, with a few exceptions that you can see here. All in all, a bit more than 47% of the workers are exposed to at least one of the 24 cancer risk factors that we are covering in this survey. If we focused on the 5 most common cancer risk factors in this survey, the solar UV radiation and diesel engine exhaust come first. There is, you see here, there is 1 point difference, but yeah, it's very little if you consider it. So these are the most 2 important, followed by exposure to benzene, respirable crystalline silica, the RCS is the short name, and formaldehyde. You see on this slide, the orange part is an exposure at a low or medium level, when the blue part is an exposure at a high level during the last working week. Now, if we go to, in particular, to the agents where the exposure at a high level is important. You see here, I put on this slide the top 5 where the exposure at a high level represented at least 1/3 of the workers exposed to this agent. So you see, if you look at epichlorohydrin, of course, I picked the one the most difficult to say, you see that there are very few workers exposed, but still the exposure at a high level is representing 1/3 of the exposure to epichlorohydrin. It's the same for ethylene oxide and leather dust, even if they are not a concern for many workers. And if you look at wood dust, it's half of the exposed workers that are exposed at a high level, meaning at the more or less at the level of the OEL, the occupational exposure limit. And for respirable crystalline silica, we are at 2 out of 5 at a high level. Now, I told you that one of the added value of the survey is to look at the multiple exposure over the last working week. So if we look at the 24 cancer risk factors covered by the survey, we see that 26% of the workers are exposed to 2 or more of these 24 cancer risk factors over a working week. If we look at the workers in the mining and quarrying activities or the construction activities, it concerns more than 60%. I think it doesn't come as a surprise, because if you imagine mining and quarrying activities, you can think about many exposures, one of them being respirable crystalline silica, diesel exhaust fumes, and for the quarry work, solar UV radiation. So it makes sense that they are exposed to different risk factors during the same working week. As we know, addressing multiple exposure is an important issue for prevention, so it's very important to have information on this topic. And here you can see the most common multiple exposure, and you can already think about the challenges, because in terms of prevention and protective measures, because being exposed to diesel engine exhaust and solar UV radiation doesn't lead to the same needs in terms of protection measures. So it's a challenge. And so you have exposure to physical risks here, but also together with more chemicals or process-generated exposure. So this is very important to have this in mind in terms of prevention. Here I wanted to focus on some examples of studies we can carry out with the workers' exposure survey data. So in particular, when you think of multiple exposure, we could think about multiple exposure to different metals. And we look at the workers exposed to different metals in the last working week. The most common group of metals that comes together is chromium-6, cadmium, nickel, and lead, followed by cobalt. So the combination can vary among those 5 metals, chromium being one of the most prevalent. And when we look at other exposures for these workers exposed to several metals over a working week, the respirable crystalline silica and artificial ultraviolet radiation come first. And in particular, for artificial ultraviolet radiation, we know that the exposure is through the eyes. So you can imagine now, if I speak about the exposed workers, mainly male workers, but metal workers, molders, and welders. So you can think the exposure to artificial UV through welding or soldering tasks. So it's also something that it's easy to think about, and machinery, mechanics, and repairers, but also refuse workers who are working in the collection of metals in many of the computers, or in the cars now that there are many things done like what's the name of it? I don't remember. The circuits, in the, well, I don't know in English, I forgot the word. I hope you imagine what I think about, but, well, okay. So sorry about that. What we can do as well with the data of the workers' exposure survey is that we can focus on one specific sector of activity. So, for example, here we have an ongoing study on human health and social care activities ongoing, and the researchers are working with the workers' exposure survey data to look at what are the exposure in these specific sectors. Here I have really focused on the human health activities. So if you're familiar with the classification of the activities, it's NACE 86. And you can see here that the most widespread cancerous factors are not the same as for the general population. So here you see that ionizing radiation come first, followed by formaldehyde, and then diesel engine exhaust, ethylene oxide, and solar UV radiation. So diesel engine exhaust and solar UV radiation are the two most common exposure for the general population, and they come also in the top 5 for the workers in human health activities. But what is very different here is we have exposure to ionizing radiation over the last working week, and exposure to formaldehyde. When you think of hospital, you can imagine that these two exposure indeed may happen in the context for human health activities. Another example, what we can do with the workers' exposure survey data is to focus on different cancerous factors. So here, if we think about physical cancerous factors, and in particular radiation, we can separate 3 groups. Solar UV radiation, which is almost 21% of workers are exposed to, and 2 out of 3 are male workers. It is spread in all jobs, but in particular in construction trades, farm workers. You will see in the next slide, I will show you the circumstances of the exposures. The artificial UV radiation is for 3% of the workers. And again, we have over a representation of male workers, and it's in particular among metal workers, welders, machinery workers, but also hairdresser and beauticians, and also health workers. Ionizing radiation, it's 2.5% of workers, and here we have a bit more of female workers, maybe because of the use of ionizing radiation among health workers and science and engineering workers, but also we find ionizing radiation in the aircraft controllers, the one when you go to the airport tomorrow when doing the control, for example. So the specific circumstances of exposure for these three groups of physical cancerous factors, indeed you think the solar UV radiation is for outdoor activities. So of course you understand farmer, construction trade workers are very much exposed to solar UV radiation. And we have also an exposure at a high level for people working with or near the snow without eye protection, without sunglasses, for example. When we speak about exposure to artificial UV radiation, we are talking about people doing welding tasks mostly, but also using UV lights, for example, in hair and beauty salon, and when applying some types of metal coating. When we consider the exposure to ionizing radiation, it happened mostly in the medical environment and also in manufacturing activities using X-rays or gammography equipment, and also in air transport, as I mentioned before. Otherwise, the most common way how we can use the workers' exposure data is to focus on the exposure to one specific agent or cancerous factor, and this it was already presented in the first finding report, so I will not go too much into details. It was more as a reminder. So you can see here the exposure to diesel engine exhaust emissions. You can see who are the workers who are most exposed to it. And in particular, if you think at the exposure at a high level, it's by driving diesel vehicles inside a building or a mine, in the case of mine workers, or not using appropriate protection measures when maintaining a diesel vehicle. The same applies to benzene. You see here the numbers of workers exposed, and then where who are the most exposed workers, and the circumstances of the exposure, fueling with petrol as part of the work. Of course, this task is different according to the country. So we know, for example, that in Spain, there are many workers at the gas station doing this kind of job, as we see in the picture, but it's not done in all the countries. Normally, it's self-fueling your car in other countries. So it depends a lot of the country. We have the same information to exposure to respirable crystalline silica. Again, you can find it in the reports, and we have the same information for formaldehyde, which this information is not new. So if you have been to other events, it has been presented as well. So I will not extend on this. Okay, so what we plan as a follow-up, I mentioned already there is an ongoing study on exposure to cancer risk factor in human health and social work activities sector, because the agency is also working on a project over 4 years on the human health and social work activities. So it comes to feed the need for information for this sector. We are planning as well a comparison of the workers' exposure survey results with existing data sources in Finland, France, Germany, and Spain, and also in-depth analysis of the results and new publication by the end of the year. And we want also to stimulate research by providing access to the data set and the questionnaire, of course. And so we are working on preparing everything and the documentation that needs to come together with the data set. And finally, what we can contribute to with the workers' exposure survey results is a better identification of risk factors, as you may have found out. And we want to contribute to increasing awareness of the exposure to cancer risk factors at work. And we can contribute as well to the prioritization of sectors, occupation, tasks, and cancer risk factors for prevention purposes, and better design and targeting of prevention measures, and finally contribution to evidence base for policy, including for evaluation of, for example, directives. I think I have covered everything I wanted to cover. If you want more information on the Workers' Exposure Survey, please visit the Workers' Exposure Survey section in the EU OSHA website. You have the link here. So, and you can find all the related publication. And yes, so that was my presentation. I think I've covered what I wanted in the time I had. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elke, and thank you, Maureen, for giving your presentations exactly on time. Clearly, I have them terrified down there in Bilbao. Excellent. Now, we'd like you to join Menti if you haven't done so already. And we're going to ask you 2 questions. However, the reason we're asking you these 2 questions is not for discussion today. We're going to feed them into the panel tomorrow. So if you can look at the QR code and have a look now at that first question. What are the 3 main barriers to effective prevention of exposure to carcinogens at work? Lack of resources, occupational cancer often involves a long latency period, people are preoccupied with day-to-day survival of the company, lack of awareness, lack of knowledge or expertise, health issues are given a low priority. Now, the interesting about this thing is because since the first question, we know who you are and we know the colors of each group. You can see them here. But as I say, we're not going to do an analysis of that right now. We're going to feed this information into the high-level panel we'll have tomorrow. And we'll put it up to them. They better come up with some answers. So now we're going to move on. When we have, I also should have said, of course, that our international audience joining us online can, of course, vote on these questions as well. Which legislative measure do you think is the most appropriate for the coming years? Restrictions ranging from a partial ban for certain uses to a total ban, more binding occupational exposure limits, lowering existing binding occupational exposure limits, don't know, none of the above. Vote now. Also, I invite our international audience to vote with us. This question again will be fed into the panel of experts tomorrow. We're going to look to see what kind of answers we got from this audience and feed it into the panel tomorrow. So if you happen to be someone in the audience who's in the panel tomorrow, start thinking. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on and we're going to go to that part of the programme that's going to look at the achievements of the roadmap on the carcinogens. For those of you who are familiar with the roadmap, which many of you are here, you know that the work was structured under different pillars, and under these pillars we had a number of challenges. And so I'm delighted and honoured to welcome now our friend and colleague Frank de Aske from the Belgian Federal Public Service, Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue, where he is an advisor on European strategy. Frank's expertise lies not only in occupational safety and health, but also in communication, and he has a particular interest in education. So Frank, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, here in Brussels and online. Welcome to our conference on the roadmap on carcinogens, in which the Belgian presidency wants to highlight the importance of the fight against occupational cancer and to confirm its engagement, its commitment to the roadmap of carcinogens. Belgium engaged in different challenges. Education 1.2, education is key. Challenge 1.2, education is key, being one of them, for which we joined forces with Slovenia, whose work will be presented right after me by Vlatka Komel and Andrea Bachnik. This challenge starts with the quote, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks." Well, that's not completely correct. We are all now practicing long life learning. But still, getting OSH education at school level really is key. It's so important to start at school learning about health and safety at work and how future workers need to be protected. These knowledge and skills are vital for all future workers and managers. Now, why is this so important? A lot of accidents happen to starting young workers or trainees. The effect is sadly directly noticeable with an occupational accident. But what about health issues? Sometimes only visible after a very long time. On safety, there are already a lot of initiatives from governments, social partners, sectoral federations, enterprises, and even in schools. For instance, the VCA certificate, a safety training and certificate, highly demanded for contractors working in big companies, is taught in technical and vocational schools and institutes. This market-driven incentive makes it possible to give essential safety training in schools. But again, what about occupational health issues and the prevention of carcinogens at work in particular? Mainstreaming of OSH, of occupational safety and health in education is crucial. Mainstreaming or integrating OSH into education means including it systematically in classroom lessons. Ideally, it becomes part of everyday life for pupils, parents, and staff. If children start learning about safety and health as they learn to read and write, it becomes a natural part on how they work, play, and live. They develop a good attitude to safety and health that will stay with them throughout their working lives. The whole school approach is the ideal model. This means that pupils, staff, and stakeholders collaborate to integrate occupational safety and health structurally and coherently into education and school management. Occupational safety and health is best integrated into various subjects and projects rather than taught as a standalone topic. Activity-based learning and real-life examples will help convey the message effectively to children and young people. Key messages can be repeated in different ways for different age groups, whether in primary schools or vocational colleges. As I mentioned, we believe it is essential to begin teaching occupational health and safety in school. Ideally, it should be part of the curriculum, but so are also a lot of other issues requested by other actors. The Belgian National OSH Authority, the Federal Public Service Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue, is not competent for education. So we actively seek for partnerships and synergies with European initiatives like the OSHVET project, as well as with national actors involved in education and training to promote prevention in schools. This led to various initiatives, such as the signing of a covenant with the Flemish Ministry of Education, the collaboration with the Walloon and Brussels Institute for Professional Training and Employment, and the EU OSHVET project, as I mentioned, but also the spreading of EU and national tools and brochures on teacher platforms, where educational materials are shared. For instance, the NAPO for Teachers package. We also created the Flexaminator, a game on the prevention on MSDs in secondary schools, relevant for different teaching subjects. And also there was this, no problem. We were also visiting schools with a federal truck. It was displayed on the slide before. A truck containing a classroom with a motion capture game and technical materials, allowing us to sensitize students on MSDs, psychosocial risk, but also on dangerous substances. So when the roadmap was launched in 2020, we were immediately very interested to participate in the challenge Education is Key. But how could we reach our target group, pupils from secondary schools in the age group from 16 till 18? We consulted our contacts within education, and they all found a gamification tool was the best way to do so. So we developed an interactive game to familiarize students with the measures to be taken to manage the risk of carcinogens in the workplace. In the game, students take on the role of a prevention advisor. They need to walk around in specific work environments, healthcare, industry, and construction, and look around carefully to identify all potential dangerous situations, including carcinogenic substances. Now, to help integrate the game into their lessons, teachers are offered an educational information package. in which some of the concepts of the game are covered. These resources can serve as teaching materials completing the game. Teachers can use an educational sheet with information on the game and how to play it, the purpose and target group, supplies, learning objectives, teaching tips and other resources. An information booklet on the prevention of exposure to carcinogens, a PowerPoint presentation, an evaluation exercise around the game, and an evaluation sheet. This game already exists in English, French, and Dutch, but there will be a German version coming soon, thanks to a fruitful collaboration with our German partners from the roadmap from Bauer. But enough talk for now. Let us show you the English version.
Carcinogens in the workplace are responsible for as many as 80,000 deaths a year in Europe. The government, workers and employers are making efforts to avoid or reduce exposure to these substances. Still, some carcinogens cannot always be replaced at present. They are unfortunately still found in many chemical products, such as certain paints, pesticides and building materials. In addition, some vital medicines are also carcinogenic. Moreover, a lot of processes generate carcinogens. Just think of the fine dust particles in diesel exhaust gases, wood dust, or welding fumes. In principle, carcinogenic substances should be replaced by less harmful alternatives, but this is not always done or technically possible yet. Fortunately, effective prevention measures exist to protect workers from exposure to carcinogenic substances. The PPE, or personal protective equipment, may seem familiar to you. Actually, PPE is only a last resort. Other measures exist which can reduce exposure and thus health damage in a much more efficient way. Before we start, one more important note. Wherever you start to work later, organizing the safety policy and providing the right preventive measures are always the responsibility of your employer. Your employer is legally obligated to do so. It is your responsibility to learn about the measures and to apply them correctly. You can practice this with this game. In the game, you play the role of a prevention advisor. You have to advise your employer. Can you identify all the unsafe situations involving carcinogenic substances? Which measures should your employer take to avoid or reduce exposure? What is the smartest way to protect workers from carcinogens? Forget face masks, overalls, and safety glasses for a moment. Personal protective equipment is and remains crucial to protect yourself from carcinogens. However, for a really effective approach, we need to think more broadly. The most important safety principle in order to protect workers from carcinogens is STOP. Do you know what this stands for? STOP is an acronym. Do you know what it stands for? Exactly. The STOP principle is actually a step-by-step plan. It is a hierarchy of measures to be taken one after the other to reduce as much as possible dangerous exposure to carcinogens. The first step is substitution or replacement. You replace the dangerous substances with safer alternatives. If you cannot replace the product, you take technical measures. Next come organizational measures. Finally, you can use personal protective equipment as a last resort. Step 1 is substitution. You apply this even before using personal protective equipment. Can you replace the hazardous substance with a safer one? If it is possible, do so immediately. Substitution should be the first reaction. Unfortunately, this does not always happen in practice. If you cannot replace the substance, then take technical measures. What technical interventions can you use to avoid or minimize exposure? Maybe you can hermetically seal the work area, carry out the work process in a closed system, or provide good extraction or ventilation. Is there still too much exposure to the carcinogen? Then you can always organize the work differently to reduce dangerous contact with the substances. Just think of adapted work schedules with shorter periods of exposure, safe work procedures, safety signage, restricting access to the work area, and so on. The most important organizational measure is training. Thanks to training, everyone knows there are dangers, what they are, and how to avoid them. If all these measures still provide insufficient protection, then you can also deploy personal protective equipment. Gloves, face masks, eye protection, protective clothing, and so on. This includes the PPE you need to handle emergencies safely. So this is STOP: substitution, technical measures, organizational measures, personal protective equipment, in that order. Now that you know what STOP stands for, it's up to you. You are the prevention advisor on 3 different locations: a construction site, a hospital, and a factory. When you click on a location, you first get a short video as an introduction. Then you can walk around in several rooms by clicking on the arrows. Each time, look around carefully and click on all dangerous situations. These are located behind a number of question marks. For some risks, a question will appear. You then have to indicate the correct answer before you can continue. If you see a graduation cap icon or a cross, this means that this person has the appropriate training for this work, or is not trained for it. Have you indicated all the risks? Then you get an overview of the correct workspace with the correct information. Now you can leave the room again via the arrow to the corridor and visit the other rooms and locations. At the very end, after you have found all the risks in all rooms, a closing video is shown. And now start. Have fun. Which place do you want to visit first? Make a choice.
So we are going to stop here with a demo. Stop is the right word to say here. I don't know how many times. I did not count it. So as it is explained, it's possible to visit those 3 surroundings: health sector, construction, and industry. And one gets around, you identify all the risks, and afterwards there's an overview of the correct workspace with the appropriate information. And again, there's a concluding video, again explaining the STOP principle. But now I'll stop myself. Feel free to play the game and promote it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Frank. I have a question. Is the flexaminator a good guy? Is the flexaminator good?
It's a little bit funny representation.
Yeah, but a good guy. He's not the bad guy.
He's not the bad guy, but it's not exactly the good guy. So it's like
Yeah. Okay. No, it's important to know because I was just thinking about our next speaker, Vladka Kamal. I've had the honor of seeing firsthand some of the work she does and her total commitment to to integrating and mainstreaming OSH in education in Slovenia. Vladka is a kind of flexaminator, really, in the way she doggedly continues to push and support issues related to occupational safety and health, where she works for the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Employment. And so I think that having our own flexaminator here in the form of Vladka Komal today is great. And I'm delighted that she is going to tell us about some of the great work that's been done in Slovenia, followed by her colleague, Andreja Baclik, who will come directly afterwards. So the floor is yours, Vladka.
It's rather complicated to get here.
Shall I put this down for you?
No, it's okay. Thank you. In Slovenia, we started a more systematic approach to mainstreaming OSH into education in 2006. And since then, we have come a long way. Let me mention that we had the opportunity to learn from Irish experience, which was kindly presented to us by Mr. Gavin Lonergan and his colleagues from the Health and Safety Authority. However, today I will mention just activities in the field of chemical safety at work. So, in cooperation with the National Institute for Public Health, we have published a handbook. I forgot about my presentation. A handbook for pupils and high school students bearing the title A Safe Start. It includes a chapter on the basics of chemical safety at work. Furthermore, until the corona pandemic, live 45 minutes OSH performances were provided to kindergartners and basic schools on a free of charge basis. In collaboration with actor Mr. Aleš Kolar, we have developed 3 performances on basics of OSH. One of them is also about chemical safety at work. At these events also NAPO films were promoted. In addition, various materials for Science Days on Chemical Safety have been prepared in cooperation with the National Education Institute Slovenia and students from the University of Ljubljana. With this material, each school can prepare activities for different age groups about chemical safety at work. So in one day, all pupils at the basic school, aged 6 to 15 years, can learn about safe handling of chemicals. We also organized seminars for teachers, and my colleague, Mrs. Andrea Bacnik, gave a lecture on mainstreaming OSH into chemistry, while Professor Dr. Barbara Novosel presented the rules for working safely in the school laboratory. We also work with universities. To start OSH discussion with students, we use documentaries, winners of the EU OSHA Healthy Workplaces Film Award. With the permission of the NAPO Consortium, we printed a NAPO poster with pictograms for dangerous chemicals. And finally, our latest efforts, how to teach carcinogens at pre-university level, will be presented by my colleague, Mrs. Andrea Bacnik, from the National Education Institute, Slovenia. Please, Andrea, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will talk, of course, about how to teach carcinogens in pre-university level. and I will start with, somehow rhetorical question for you. What do you think about the importance of education? Probably we all know the answer, the same answer of all of us, that the education is very important. But of course, we probably have different opinions about how and when to access of education. So from that point of view, I want to stress out that we can divide education in three main types, so-called formal education, non-formal education, and informal education. Of course, all of three types are very important. But they have a different characteristic, of course, and they should have a different approach. And also we all have in all of our countries many good examples how to teach or learn about dangerous chemicals or carcinogens in the topic. But we wanted to stress out that we in Slovenia agreed or we focused on formal education learning. And why is that? Sorry. Back, please. It's not working. Why is that? Because if we heard ministry at the beginning of our conference today, she talked about knowledge and awareness. And because of that, we all think that formal education is basic or should we say core starting point for the deeper and broader knowledge with understanding for long time learning and long time memory. If is it approached systematically and it is always renewing. Because of that, we want also to stress out that knowledge about carcinogens, which is the topic of our meeting today, is very demanding. We all knew that carcinogens are part of dangerous chemicals, and dangerous chemicals are part of chemical safety. When we talk about chemical safety, we mean chemical safety in broader sense. Chemical safety for all generation and all people. So how to deal or live with dangerous chemicals at the everyday life and in the work to be at lowest level of the risk it could be. Of course, the chemical safety is also part of so-called scientific or science literacy, which is very important in those days, especially because of many fake news and other things which are going on. When we talk about chemical safety, the first level, of course, is a level of knowing the pictograms of GHS system. And if we compare those pictograms, we can notice that some of them are relatively new, CMR pictogram, which also indicate the carcinogens, is one of them. If we compare that pictogram with some others of pictograms, for example, for flammable or carcinogenic substances, for corrosive substances, the big difference is also about how they act or how we can see the effects. Of course, those effects which are after acute toxicity is visible in very short time. But of course, the carcinogenic substances have chronic toxicity, and that is very demanding to understand and to know, and especially act preventively. We could say that that fact is so-called separator between educated and non-educated people. So we are focusing on that very specially. In that point of my presentation, I want just to briefly stress out that when we talk about knowledge, we talk about three important parts of knowledge, not only content knowledge, which is of course very needed. We talk also about skills, not only scientific, some other skills, how to handle those chemicals, and etc. And of course, we should and we will work more on attitude things, because if we remember some proverb, the attitude is a small thing making a big difference. So we are thinking on all three aspects. At that point, I also want to stress out that we are in Slovenia now in the middle or in the hottest point of curricular reform for all pre-university levels. So now is the time also to reconsider and to look after our vertical and horizontal integration of chemical safety, which is already quite good, but it could be better and should be better. And also it will be time, because when we will introduce new curricula, we have much more in-service training for the teachers, and also there will be time to introduce some new didactical approach also to the carcinogens. In that point, I just want to briefly show you our educational system that you will understand next slide, because we have a specific basic, or could we say comprehensive education, which is 9 years long for the pupils from 6 to 14, and usually they're also in the same buildings. So we divided that 9 years in 3 cycles, first, second, and third cycle. And each cycle, of course, needs a special approach because of the age of the children and because of their cognitive development. Afterwards, we have, of course, like we all, higher secondary education, and most demanding is gymnasium, where approximately 40% of Slovenian pupils are attending it. So the final point of our mission or goal, if we look upon educational vertical of chemical safety, the main goal of first and second cycle is to teach pupils that they know that there are some chemicals which are dangerous, and they should already know and act appropriately to most of danger categories, of course. But in the third cycle, we wanted them that they know and understand all of categories of dangerousness. And of course, also we introduce hazard and precaution sentences and acting in concern with that. At gymnasium, we have luck that we already have some basics of toxicology in chemistry classes. So it will be many opportunities to introduce especially carcinogens in those lessons and classes. But not, we must take in consideration not only the vertical cooperation, but also horizontal, because in the same age group we have many different science subjects and other subjects which could, in such so-called intercurricular or cross-curricular field as chemical safety is, they can do much for it. Okay, the last but not least is just one example of our lessons. That lesson was prepared for 9th grade for 14 years old pupils. It consists from 7 working stations. As you can see, the first working station is what is cancer, the second, properties of carcinogens, third, labeling of carcinogens, fourth, classification of carcinogens, because we know that we have at least two classification, European Union and American IARC is a slightly or something more different. Then fifth station, examples of carcinogens. We want to stress out one example of carcinogen which is have effect after its chemical properties, for example, like benzene. In other hand, some which is causing problems because of its physical properties, like asbestos. In the sixth station, we explore possible carcinogens at home and work. And in the last station, we introduced 12 advices for fighting against cancer and even more. The idea is that pupils rotate the station in teams from 3 or more, but we can change that form many times. At least they should spend 5 minutes at each station. But trick is in, of course, many possibilities and combination of didactical approaches for such lesson. The first, the basic level is, of course, that the teacher could prepare the material, the content of some of each station with as much could be interactive, of course, but we want more. We want the pupils be more activated, that they prepare the content of the station by themselves. But not only that, we can also include the peer reviewing of the content of the station before executing the learning lessons. So the possibilities are many. So we will try and expect those in the future. Just before ending, one also comment in connection of data we saw. At Monday, we execute a lesson in 6th grade, that means in second cycle, and the starting point motivation was a recall of vanilla ice cream of certain producer because of ethylene oxide as possible dangerous cancerogenic substances. And furthermore, of course, we work on carcinogens and topics we want. So, sorry for my English, but I try to work. I have many, of course, things to discuss with you, but of course, our work is just a small part of the puzzle of our work together to make chemical safety at highest level it could be for our pupils as active European citizens of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's a very important part of the puzzle. Thank you very much. Both of the examples, the high quality, excellent video and game, and the examples you gave from Belgium, Frank, really, really inspirational. And thank you to the colleagues from Slovenia, truly inspirational. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we're going to, and I meant to say also thank you to you and to all the other people here who use the mainstreaming in education to tap into EU OSHA's OSHVET project, the Occupational Safety and Health in Vocational and Educational Training. Thank you for your dedication. So now we're going to move on to Pillar 2, and we're going to look at how do we provide help. And the first challenge there is on substitution strategies. The gentleman who is going to present this hardly needs an introduction because he is known the length and breadth of Europe for his work. Tony Musu is the senior researcher with the European Trade Union Institute. His background and his life's work, his background is chemical engineering, and his life's work, I suppose, is dedicated to making our world a safer place. He will talk to you and to us about substitution strategies and the work he's been doing. So, Tony, there he is, God, for a minute, yeah. I'm so glad to see you, Tony. The floor is yours, Tony. You can move this if you want it down or up.
Oh, that's fine. Yes,
That's fine? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Brenda, for the nice words. Thank you, the organizers, for having me in this important conference. And the challenge that we worked on together with the Ministry of Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue of Belgium, because that's a joint project that we did with them, is on providing help on a very important topic, which is the substitution. So as you know, substitution is the first measure in the hierarchy of prevention. And we have this important Article 4 in the Carcinogens, Mutagens, and Reprotox Directive, which reads, the employer shall reduce the use of a carcinogen, mutagens, or reprotoxic substance at the place of work, in particular by replacing it insofar as technically possible by a substance, mixture, or process which under its condition of use is not dangerous or is less dangerous to workers' health or safety, as the case may be. So I read it because that's very important. Technically possible, you might see that there is no economic consideration here in the CMR directive. So substitution, that's an obligation for the employers. And of course, we also have a push for substitution in the market regulation, and that's the REACH regulation, mainly for chemicals. But there are differences between these two pieces of legislation. In the Carcinogens and Mutagens and Reprotox Directive, that's more a general principle. It's goal-orientated. Whereas in REACH, it's more concrete. And of course, there are some detailed obligations for companies, mainly under the authorization and restriction chapters of REACH. But of course, the beauty of the system is that these two pieces of legislation, they work together. And of course, we all aim at finding synergies between these two pieces of legislation. But clearly, REACH, authorization and restrictions, that's a renewed pressure to substitute hazardous substances with safer alternatives. And of course, the legislation, as we know, and as it has been recalled by Marine in her presentation earlier, you know, the regulation, that's really a good incentive for companies to try to substitute their hazardous substances with safer ones. We know that substitution, it's not easy. It's not easy for everyone. And the implementation is difficult. But we have some guidance that are available in some countries to help everyone, employers, of course, but also inspectors, because there is another obligation in the legal text for employers, is that they need, upon request, they need to submit their findings of their work on substitution to the relevant authorities. And so we have a few guidelines, but still they are there in Germany and in the Netherlands, for example, to help both employers but also labor inspectors to check how the work is being done on substitution in companies. So what we did in our challenge, the idea is to providing help. So we collected information that was available on substitution. And we put everything on dedicated web pages on the roadmap on Carcinogen website. And for example, you have here these dedicated pages. And you have good practices example that you can find there. A few examples here. We are using trichloroethylene in the manufacture of metal parts. But of course, trichloroethylene is a carcinogen, and it can be replaced, for example, by a water-based cleaning machine. So that's an example of successful substitution. Or, for example, in hospitals, formaldehyde was used for tissue, as a tissue fixative, and it has been successfully replaced by a combination of ethyl alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, and acetic acid, and it works equally well. So it just shows that there are examples of good substitution, and you can find them on the Roadmap on Carcinogen website. But of course, ECHA has excellent pages on substitutions. And there's also a link to ECHA on the ROC website. And of course, there are many reasons why companies might want to substitute their hazardous chemicals. Of course, they might want to improve workers' protection. They might want to improve the environmental footprint of their products. They might search for a better technical functionality. Of course, they might want to respond to legal requirements, and that's a very important driver. And they might also, for example, save costs. And on the ECHA's website, you can find step-by-step how to put in practice substitution by first identifying hazardous substances that are used in the company, and then, of course, try to identify potential alternatives, assess them, compare them with the current use of the substance, and see whether it works, and so on and so on. So concrete steps on the ECHA's website that you can find copied on the ROC website. Then another important project that you might all know, I hope, and that's the Subsport Plus project that has been developed by the German Federal Institute for OSH. And there, again, you can find more than 400 case stories, successful substitution stories. And you can search by name of substance, for example, to find IDs of good alternatives. Another important initiative, that's the ChemSec marketplace. This is a platform hosted by a Swedish NGO, ChemSec, and the idea of that platform is to put together companies that are proposing alternatives and companies that are searching for alternatives. So that's a bit the idea of that initiative, to make them meet, exchange, and push for substitution. So that's the part of, let's say, all the information that we have found here and there and that we have collected and put together on these dedicated web pages on the ROC website. But we also did an original work, and for that, we used all the information that are available from the application for authorizations under REACH, because there you have really very good information on possible substitutes. As a reminder, for those who don't know very well how authorization works under REACH, first we identify substances of very high concern, like carcinogens. Then they are placed on the candidate list. Then from there, they are prioritized on the so-called authorization list. And once they are on this authorization list, Annex 14, it means that companies that want to use those substances, they need to obtain an authorization to do that. And that's a bit in a nutshell, the principle. And of course, when they apply for authorization, they need to provide many information, including information on possible substitute. And that's exactly what we have used in this project, is that we have extracted the information on alternatives that were in these applications for authorization, and we have collected them to put them easily accessible and available on the ROC website. That's, in a nutshell, the original work that we did together with Linda Waters from the Belgian Ministry of Labour and Employment. So, indeed, and these information, where are they in the application for authorization? In the substitution plans that is contained in the application. And of course, all those data are publicly available, and that's very important, but not always easily accessible, because you need to search a bit and go into the details of ECHA's website to find them. And what we did is just to facilitate a bit the search for this information by collecting them and making them available on the ROC website. So that's an extract from the ECHA's website. You can see here, for example, the first line, it's about, again, trichloroethylene. That is, in this case, used as an extraction solvent in a process. And then you see that you have there details, and when you click on those details on the website, you have access to the analysis of alternatives that is in the dossier and the substitution plan. And also, of course, as these applications are scrutinized by the scientific committee in ECHA, RAC, the Risk Assessment Committee, and SEAC, the Socio-Economic Analysis Committee, and they provide an opinion. And also there you have information on the alternatives that have been looked at by the seekers of these authorization. So what we did was a bit the continuation of a work that has been done already in ECHA, and that idea, and we need to be fair, was initiated by Denis Motet in ECHA, because he started collecting those information, and he made an Excel table with, for each substances for which an authorization was applied for. He collected all the ideas of alternatives proposed by the applicant. And so we a bit completed the work that he did, and that's the core of the project. Some examples. So, for example, chromium trioxide is used as a plating agent. And of course, in these applications for authorization, you can either find alternative substances. That's one way of substitution, but you can also have another process that does not use the hazardous substance. And for example, for chromium trioxide, as a plating agent, you can use chrome 3 instead of chrome 6. But you can also use another system, which is the physical vapor deposition. And it also works. Of course, most of the time, because those companies, they want to have their authorization granted, when they've looked at all those possible alternatives, for one reason or the other, of course, those alternatives were not suitable. The technical outcome was not totally satisfactory, and so on and so on. it was maybe, there are many, many reasons. But the beauty of substitution is that it might not work for that company, for that particular cases, but other companies might find it useful for them, and it might work for another company wanting to substitute the same substance. And that's why the collection of all those information is important. Of course, to make it easily accessible and to have a friendly use of this information, we had to group the different dossiers just to improve the presentability of the data. And we have lost some of the information that were in the dossier, but still, by searching a bit, you can retrieve them on our website. And of course, some of the alternatives that we are presenting are also present in the roadmap's good practices. So, how does it look like? Here are the fact sheets that you will find very soon. They are not yet available, unfortunately, because we are still working on it, and the ROC website is being renewed shortly. So, but after the summer, you will find these fish where you can find, in a summarized way, and we hope a friendly way, for each carcinogens for which companies are applying for authorization, all the alternatives, substances or process that they have looked into and that have not maybe worked for the company, because at the end, most of them have obtained the authorization, but that might be useful for other companies wanting to replace the same hazardous substances. And yes, what's next? Of course, you will hear later today that, and I hope that I can already inform you about this, that there will be a follow-up of the roadmap on carcinogen phase 2. And during that phase, of course, we will probably update these information, because applications for authorization are constantly arriving on ECHA's desk, and so we will collect more examples. We might organize seminars on substitution, because, as already said, it's extremely complicated and complex process. And also the Belgian Ministry of Economy has a plan for chemical alternatives that you might, I won't explain it, but you will find more information on their website. And all that will be added on, we hope, the substitution pages on phase 3 of ROC. So, as a conclusion, because I'm almost done, so substitution is clearly the most effective preventive measure, but it's difficult to implement. That's very clear. And to help substitution, we, of course, need the regulation, but we also need information. And given that this challenge was on help, we collected all information that we could on substitution to help companies wanting to switch to safer alternatives. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tony, for your timeliness and also for some very useful information. We're now moving on with a challenge called Guidance to Risk Management, which was developed under the second pillar. And I'm delighted to welcome up here Susana Pimpao, who is a labour inspector from the Portuguese Ministry. And she and Melanie Berghout from BAUA, from the German Institute, I think, provide an excellent example of cross-border and international collaboration. So please, Susanna, the floor is yours.
It's okay. Thank you, Brenda. You think it's a bit lower? Like this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So first I would like to thank the rest of the challenge team that worked together from Portugal and Belgium. Melanie Berghaus, that's going to present the rest of this challenge with me, and Michaela Klever. And obviously, I have to thank Romy for her enthusiasm and all the inputs. Without her, this would never be possible. So, I was forgetting about this as well. So within Pillar 2 of the roadmap, providing help, Challenge 2 aimed to provide guidance to risk management and to create awareness for risk reduction strategies according to the STOP principle. The challenge team involved Portugal and Germany, as I said before, and we worked to develop a template for control guidance sheets, and this would be later presented by Melanie. While we were working on this challenge, we thought it would be also interesting to develop some simple communication tools that could inspire and help employers to find the best solution to tackle exposure to carcinogens in their workplace in the form of information leaflets on basic guidance for risk management of carcinogens following the STOP principle. And that's what I will be presenting now. So I don't think I need to speak about the STOP principle anymore because it's been more than presented. So what we intended with these leaflets was to provide a simple tool, non-scientific, with simple language to help and inspire employers when they are faced with carcinogens at their workplace. So it was, and following the STOP principle. So these leaflets were never intended and do not replace the need to perform adequate risk assessment. They just mostly serve as an inspiration, as I said, on the possibilities available and the need to follow the STOP hierarchy of control. They can be used, for example, to support own risk assessment when considering general risk reduction measures or for training purposes, and are primarily aimed at employers. So in last September, there was Germany had a very interesting event on this challenge also. It was an online event in English and German in person at the same time. And we did some questions with a Mentimeter like we are doing today. And later on, so we presented the first draft of the leaflets and we made some questions to the audience. And one of the questions is this one that you can see, if they would prefer 4 different leaflets or just one. And a lot of people thought it would be interesting to have one document with all of the... So we are now, we have integrated everything that we learned from that event and developed a slightly different leaflets now that we are. You can see some examples. We are still working on the design of this, so this is the latest version. It's not going to be the final one, but just as an example of what we are thinking, we would like to have printable leaflets because we consider it is important to be able to bring them with us. I'm a labor inspector, and as in my practice, a lot of times I feel that I would need some simple information to give employers so they will later on look at it, because while I'm inspecting, they are thinking about different things. Information doesn't go through as well. So we really would like, was one of the objectives, was to have a simple document that we could provide employers and that they could use to inform their workers later on. So the structure of the leaflets would be divided in two parts. The first part is the common general features that have general information on recommendations for the general approach of risk management. And then we would have a specific part for each of the S, T, O, or P measures in more detail. So as I said, on the first part, it would be the common general part of the leaflets. We identified some steps for the employers that should always take when fighting exposure to carcinogen, like minimum standards, the importance of gathering information on the carcinogens, targets, and potentially exposed workers, which is something that we find that is not done very often. But if you don't know what you have in your workplace, there's nothing you're going to do about it later. So this would be what we think should be the first steps. And then provide some instructions, the importance of informing the workers. And then we have the specific parts of the leaflets, one for each of the S, T, O, or P measures, starting with substitution, of course, which, as we saw also by Tony's presentation, it should be always the first measure, and it is very difficult to achieve sometimes because you need an alternative chemical or process that would be less dangerous. It has to be feasible, and people need to know that it exists. So we also included some information on databases that provide information on substitution, like the Subsport Plus. And then we would have, on the second level, we would have the technical measures, and these include mechanical devices or processes that eliminate or minimize the exposure of carcinogen. We would all refer that some general aspects to consider would be identifying all solutions already in place, the possible combined effects of different kinds of solutions, and the need to provide clear instructions about the technical solutions that you're going to implement. And then we included some examples, like the use of spray booths, or fume cupboards, or ventilation, local exhaust, or low emission methods. And then on the third level, we'll go to the organizational measures that include methods, procedures, internal policies, regular controls, including maintenance plan, and they should take into account the specificities of the workplace, the workers' know-how, the equipment, the tasks, and the surroundings. And if needed, the employer should consider more than one solution available to improve risk control, and they should always assess the possible combined effect of the different solutions. If none of this works, then we'll have to go to the personal protection equipment. So this should only be used as a complement or an addition to measures higher up on the hierarchy, and should be considered as a last resort, as it was also said before more than once. And we find it very important to remember employers that they should consider always a combination of different measures. One measure is not always enough. So if one is enough, you can use 2, 3, all of them, but the point is to reduce exposure to carcinogens at the workplace, and we hope this will inspire and help employers to tackle this problem that we are today talking about. We also learned that our leaflets, well, the contents of our leaflets are going to be included in the landing page for the future roadmap website. We have a sneak peek. It's not ready yet, but it's also, you can see on this part, it would have all the information that we gathered on the leaflets would also be in the form of a website. And I'm done. I will give the floor to Melanie now. But it's still moving. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
It's a great pleasure for me to present the second delivery of the Challenge 2.2 today. And I would also like to start with thanking the Challenge team, especially Susanna and her colleague Mariana from Portugal, and my Bauer colleagues. So first I would like to show you, or to give you an introduction, how we came up with the idea for that part of the challenge. So a few years ago, on a conference, the Münchner Gefahrstofftage, we have shown 3 control guidance sheets to the audience. And we asked the participants to rate these control guidance sheets and to identify positive and negative features, so to let us know what they liked about them and what they did not like about them. And the idea for the Challenge 2.2 was, can we do that with more than just 3 control guidance sheets, so with many different sources, and can we extract style and content elements which makes up a good guidance, and can we, based on that, propose how a good guidance should look like. So we started with collecting sources, partially from the EU OSHA database, but also from other sources. So every time we thought that would be good source, and we added it to the list, and we tried to compare these. So the problem was that there were so many different kinds of sources. There were videos, there were books, there were web pages, and control guidance sheets that it was just very hard to compare them. So in the end, we decided that we should focus on control guidance sheets and compare these. So we finally identified 35 control guidance sheets among these sources, which we analyzed further. So among these 35 control guidance sheets, or documents which look alike, we identified 17 very good or good control guidance sheets, and they are listed here in the table. As you can see, they were provided by many different contributors. So some were provided by authorities, some by institutions, by international organizations, industry associations, or by consultants. And some of them focus on certain substances or certain sectors. So first we had a look at the style of these control guidance sheets. And we found that many of them use text boxes to highlight important information. And they also had some other style comments and style elements in common. The average length was 3 pages. They had sub-headlines and sections, so they were very well structured. They have an instructive writing style and short sentences. And in 16 out of the 17 control guidance sheets, we found representative figures. So actually showing the actual working place, or providing other important information with these figures. And usually the text was at some places highlighted either in bold or with colors. Then we also had a look at some content elements. So many of these 17 control guidance sheets included hints for the employer. This might be legal obligations, for example, intervals for maintenance, for local exhaust ventilations, and so on. And 10 out of 17 also had hints for the employees, so which information should be passed down to the employees, what they need to know. Then we also had a look at the structure, and we found one kind of structure very often, that it started with an introduction, and then the preparing, the procedure itself, and the cleaning, and then something about personal protective equipment and training and instruction as the last section. So then we tried to summarize all these features and build a template based on that. Here you can see our very first draft of that. So just to make that very clear, the target group of this template are institutions, like authorities, associations, organizations. So the idea is that the roadmap provides this template. The institutions fill that with information about the task or a carcinogen, and then provide the resulting control guidance sheets to the employer. The employer uses this for for implementing risk mitigation measures or and also adapts this to this actual workplace. So with this, we hope to promote the provision of control guidance sheets for employers. Yeah, and we also have some research projects in Bauer dealing with control guidance sheets. And we found that it's quite important especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, that the control guidance sheets are adaptable to the actual workplace. So, for example, with checkboxes and also with text field for notes where they can note what is different on the actual workplace. And, but we also found that the 17 control guidance sheets we analyzed did not have anything of that. And this was a striking difference, so we thought it would be a good question to ask at the event we already talked about in September, where we were gathering feedback on the results so far. And we asked the audience if they would prefer a template with checkboxes and a text field for notes, and 95% of the audience said, yes, we do. So together with some other feedback, we incorporated that into the draft to make the final template. Yeah, here it is. And in the upper part, so let's go through that briefly. So in the upper part, we start with an introduction. This is supposed to line out the scope of the control guidance sheets, for example, which substances it covers, which tasks, and which sectors. And then we also have a section about preparing and equipment which is needed to perform the task in a safe way, for example, the technical measures. And then the procedure. The next section is the procedure, how to perform the task in a safe way and which preventive measures are needed. And yeah, then we go on with the cleaning and maintenance. And there we also give the hint that it's important to point out to the employer that if there are legal obligations, like this maintenance intervals or service intervals, and the personal protective equipment, then we highlight again that you need to obey the stop principle and that PPE needs to be the last resort option, and but also that the PPE should be specified in detail. And yeah, then the training and instruction section, this contains which information needs to be passed down to the employees performing the task. And this was also feedback from the event in September. We also added a section with additional information where you can, so the employer can find further helpful sources. Yeah, then a little bit about the graphical element. So as I already said, if there are any photos or illustrations, they need to have a purpose and should not just be there to make the control guidance sheets more appealing, but they should transport a certain information. Yeah, then another graphical element is the text box. There we suggest that preventable reoccurring accidents are listed there and how to information is provided how to prevent them, which is very important. And last but not least, we have a text box for notes on the other side. We have 2 pages now, and but this is very important to allow the employer to adapt the resulting control guidance sheets to the actual working place. Yeah. And this template is also going to be integrated in the new roadmap website. Here's another sneak peek, so you will probably find it under Finding Measures and Good Practice, so that you do not just find the good practice there, but also if you are an institution and you would like to provide these information about good practice, that you can fill the form in in there and create the control guidance sheets. Yeah, with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to say thank you very much, both to Melanie and to Susanna for excellent presentation, and also for your timeliness. It's really, really very helpful. So we have foreseen a very nice coffee break for you. And the idea behind this is you've listened a lot, and we haven't opened the floor to the audience. We'll do that tomorrow. And we'll do it with the help of Mentimeter and with the help of our panelists, because if we have questions, we hope that they'll have some answers for us. But during the coffee break, it'll also be nice. I'm sure our speakers wouldn't mind if you approach them, if you have any of the really difficult questions that you've been mulling over in your mind. I can see Marina looking at me and going, yeah, hit me with the difficult ones. However, we have an extra item. And the extra item is to record this for history. We would like to take a photograph of the entire group of people who are attending this Roadmap on Carcinogens conference. And we've arranged a photographer. The photographer is waiting for us right now outside the front door. So I know you're dying for coffee, but could you just run out, do the photo, then come back, have your coffee, and do the difficult questions thing. And I'll see you back here at 4:30, and thank you.
Touches the morning, yeah, yeah. Wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body. Turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning. Bow my head, around my bed, do it again. No going back, got it bad. On my head, around my bed, do it again. No going back, got it bad. Spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning. I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Not all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach ya how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally find my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. No, no, no. Why don't we give it a go? See, you'll see. There's nothing in the world like you and me. There's something in the world like you and me.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my eyes there. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, did I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my eyes there. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, did I love instead? Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what
Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birthday view. I'm not told that I'm born to leave and step behind all the things people do as if it's all of mine. Now I want, and isn't it funny to have a walk in sunlight? Then I get them out of my mind. Then all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, time is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die. They die away down on the street. They get me sometimes, drag out from the sky, and now I'm wondering how it works. Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birds a few. They flew in sunlight there. I get them out of my mind.
All I see is blessings, got no time for stressing. Don't believe in failures in my life, it's only lessons. They just making room for what I'm on now. I don't got a clue, but I know the one who does know how. Oh wow, it's like I'm learning the game with the maker I already know now. Destiny has my name, know it's coming, it'll never go. I know that we all gonna be alright. We gon' make it through if it takes us all night. No matter what the odds may bring our way, I can see the blessings coming our way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way. Our way, our way. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way.
I can't say that life's been perfect or complain, cause life's been worth it. And all because of who he is working, only working out for my God. And no more living in that fear, no more tears and no. Oh, he's working me and molding me who he wants me to be.
I know that we all gonna be alright. We gon' make it through if it takes us all night. No matter what the odds may bring our way, I can see the blessings coming our way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way. Our way, our way. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way.
I can see the blessings, I can feel your presence. Leaning on the change in my heart for your endeavors. I pray I'm your reflection, I fiend for your correction. The cross brought the connection, and through Jesus is perfection. Life done hit me crazy, been more stressed than ever. Living like whatever, through the rain I feel you drawing closer. Lord, make me better, take me, shape me, use me, I am yours. Take me, break me for the glory of the Lord. Okay, not only does he hold me when I'm down and feel I'm folding, he my coach when I'm the goalie, never lonely. Got that hope in he who holy, holy, holy. Keep that rugged cross all on me, need that spirit to control me. Seek that word to come and mold me, yeah. It's like I can feel the blessings coming my way, yeah. It's like I can feel the blessings coming my way.
I know that we all gonna be alright. We gon' make it through if it takes us all night. No matter what the odds may bring our way, I can see the blessings coming our way, yeah. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way, our way, our way. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way, yeah.
You can see the sparkle in my eye. With the love all around, it feels so right. And I will take this opportunity to share you. There's no way that I could ever repay you. 'Cause I am surrounded by all the people I love. There's no reason to cry, 'cause I know that you will hold us. Oh, I feel you this Christmas. I feel you, babe.
I can feel the presence all around me. If love was made of water, I'd be drowning. I'm grateful that I'm here and that you found me. The way you showing love is astounding. Keep this moment, hit record with the repeat on it. Keep it on, gotta keep it flowing. You're silent, but the love's outspoken. Yeah, the love's potent. Oh, never wanna leave. So good that it's hard to believe. Moments like this got me feeling right. I can feel the sun even in the night.
'Cause I am surrounded by all the people I love. There's no reason to cry, 'cause I know that you will hold us. Oh, I feel you this Christmas. I feel you, babe. And I will never take for granted the way you took my hand and led me along the path where I should be. So I put you first. You told me that's what you're worth. I know nothing compares to your ways, so for that I'll trust and obey. Your love is so ample in my life, and I know this because I am surrounded by all the people I love. There's no reason to cry, 'cause I know that you will hold us. Oh, I feel you this Christmas. I feel you, hey, feel you this Christmas. I feel you, hey.
I've never known a love so steady. Even gold won't turn your tide. We flow together like an ocean, every low and every high. And I would have you anyway, dear, any way your heart could bear. Even if you had to leave me, I'd always be waiting here. Even when we are apart, I will keep you in my heart, and I wouldn't change a thing, even if I were the king. I've never known a brighter sunset, but every day I see it rise. I never thought it could be better until I saw it in your eyes. Even when we are apart, I will keep you in my heart. I will hold the world at bay just to see you smile again. And when time begins to fade, I will love you just the same, and I wouldn't change a thing, even if I were the king. It's the coldest hand that run down this land where the ocean lands. It's the tallest sound, the damn smallest crowd, but their hearts break loud. Far from ever feeling lost with me, I'll push you back towards land and sea. They're going down for love, and love is free. Stick with me and I will guarantee you're never lost lost among the crowd with me. Never lost among the crowd with me. Everywhere you go, I'll be. Anywhere you go, I'll see. You're never lost among the crowd with me. It's a furthest sun, the gun done for love. It's a pulse and shove. It's the sharpest cry. The here goes, but why? Where the desperate lie. Far from ever feeling lost with me. I'll push you back towards the land and sea. They're going down for love, and love is free. Stick with me and I will guarantee you're never lost among the crowd with me. Never lost among the crowd with me. Everywhere you go, I'll be. Anywhere you go, I'll see. You're never lost among the crowd with me. You're never lost among the crowd with me. Never lost among the crowd with me. Everywhere you go, I'll be. Anywhere you go, I'll see. Even in the autumn breeze, where the trees are shaking off their leaves. You're never lost among the crowd with me.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice cup of coffee or tea and a substitute, and that you're all ready for the next session, which I think is a very interesting one we're turning to now before the end of the day. But first of all, we are going to have a look and have one last Mentimeter question. So there you are, is the QR code. And if you'd like to join us, just put the QR code into your phone and join the fun. And the question will come up shortly. And this is the third of the questions that will be brought forward, the results of which will be brought forward tomorrow to the panel members. So let's have a look. What are your 3 preferred activities to focus on? More and lower binding occupational exposure limits, increase inspections on carcinogens exposure, more substitution, incentives for companies implementing adequate protection measures, educating future workers, and offer online assistance for business and workers via sector organizations. So I also invite those of you at home, watching in other countries online, to vote. And we'll look more closely at what this data is telling us tomorrow when we're talking to our expert panel. So, now we return to our journey through the achievements of the roadmap on carcinogen strategy, and we're coming to a very interesting session. Not that they're all interesting, of course they are, but I think this one is very interesting because we are looking at mobilizing stakeholders, getting organizations involved, and we're going to take a first look here with the help of Michaela Klever, who is a senior scientific advisor from the Federal Institute for Occupational Safety and Health in Germany, BAUA. And she will be followed by her colleague, Pierre Lecoq, who is an expert engineer from the Ministry of Labour from France. And I'd like to welcome you now, Michaela, here to the podium. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Brenda, for this kind introduction. I hope everyone is refreshed after this little break. And I would also thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present the results here today from Challenge 3.2. And of course, then together with my colleague, Pierre, we will give you an insight into the CARDS check, a self-assessment tool for carcinogens. Yes. So, as it is a shared presentation, I will cover the introduction and tell you something about the aim and motivation for this challenge and the idea behind the CARDS check as a self-assessment tool and how we developed it. Then Pierre will take over the second part and give you a sneak peek, an exclusive preview on the CARDS check, how it will be presented after relaunching the roadmap website, and then he will summarize everything up and give you a quick or short outlook on that. Just to remind you here, Challenge 3.2 is located under Pillar 3, mobilizing stakeholders, with the focus involving occupational prevention organizations. This actually needs to be updated as well because we are finished with our challenge, of course, so the circle should also be closed here for Challenge 3.2. So the journey of Challenge 3.2 started out with the strategy of the roadmap on carcinogens 2.0. Actually, there were 3 essential questions where we also saw an active role of occupational prevention organizations. So, of course, then how to help, especially practice, to recognize if there is a potential risk. Is there a certain carcinogen present? Is there even exposure? And if there is exposure, this would lead to the second question, how to protect employers, how to assist in choosing the right protection measures. Yeah. And with this in mind, we also are interested if legal provisions can be complied with. So the challenge team considered these 3 questions when drafting the new strategy for the second roadmap phase, and we aimed to provide help for these questions. How to self-assess compliance with legal provisions, but most importantly, how to introduce adequate risk management measures. Yes. So, actually, I believe that big results require big ambitions. That's something a Greek philosopher once said. And our ambition was from the beginning to develop a self-assessment tool. At the beginning it sounded easier. Yeah, we had specific prerequisites in mind. What should the self-assessment tool should fulfill? It should be specific for carcinogens. It should provide support for this risk assessment. But at the same time, it should be easy to use, address novice level. You shouldn't need too much pre-knowledge on that or too much expertise to use it and to self-assess if there's a risk at all. And with also the aims we had in mind, just the slide before, we wanted to connect it with a collection of task and substance-specific help, which is already there in Europe and which can be used by the workers. So we started out looking at instruments of occupational prevention organizations, which are already there. And as Germany and also France, we have already some experience, so this is shown on this slide, with some tools which actually help in risk assessment or risk management, like for example the GDR Gefahrstoffcheck, which is actually also designed to look at carcinogens. And in France we have tools like Chemical Risks Pro or CIRICH. There are of course many more tools, and even more than presented here on this slide, which help chemical risk assessment or which help to assess the risk for certain tasks with hazardous substances. And the idea was that we use these tools and instruments and look at each of these tools and find commonalities, for example, how to address the question, how to do a risk assessment for hazardous substances, and to develop a kind of blueprint which we could use for our self-assessment tool, the Carcinogens. But this idea was as simple as it sounded. It was not that easy to find these commonalities, to develop a blueprint. Because there were so many different aims, they had too many different purposes actually, for example, not only assessing risks, but also replacing, for example, hazardous substances. So the aim was, for example, with sub-select, substitution, or it gave you a certain protection level like the EMKG is doing. So we could not, even though we could not develop a blueprint from the comparison of these instruments, we learned lessons from what we want to focus our Carcinogens on, what should our self-assessment tool provide, and helped us to sharpen from these lessons learned what we actually could put into the Carcinogens. So we, even as I said, wanted it to be really, really easy as an entry. At the beginning, we thought we would provide a tool which starts with a questionnaire. So the Carcinogens we develop bases on 8 questions, and this is a draft from the structure. So each of these questions addresses a certain aspect which helps you to assess the risk. The first thing the Carcinogens does is to help you identify carcinogens. So it starts with the hazard. Actually, that's something quite classic. Many of these tools also do when you look at help or support for risk assessment, trying to identify the hazard. So starting on the hazard, you can also make the connections which kind of carcinogen is present in a certain sector or even occupation. And then we have heard it also many times today. There comes the STOP principle, which is the basic principle, which comes from the OSH directive, helping you to choose the right protection measures. So here, of course, STO, substitution, technical measures, organizational measures. These are the things which should be checked next in the hierarchy, of course. And then we provide from the Carcinogens best practices, guidelines for protection measures, connected to the choices you made before, which kind of carcinogens might be present in your task at your workplace, and help you to choose the best protection measures. But as you can see here, next to STO comes the topic limit values and exposure before P, because P should be the last resort. So there should be a step in between where you have to evaluate what you have done already. You introduced protection measures. You want to see, is the exposure efficiently reduced by what you have introduced? And here comes also into play our requirement that we wanted to give kind of compliance to legal requirements. Yeah, so you had to check, or you are supposed to check, if there are limit values for the carcinogen which could be present, and how to check exposure against this carcinogen. If all the measures you have are not sufficient, of course, then as last resort, you can implement personal protection measures. As a final question in this CAS check, actually two different questions. One is addressed to the employer and one is addressed to the worker. We want to raise awareness either for the rights or the duties which you should fulfill or which you have when looking at carcinogens and doing risk assessment. So we also, you heard about it already last year, we had a conference or a meeting where we gathered feedback for our challenges, and similar as for challenge 2.2, we gathered feedback on this tool last year and used this feedback to finalize our CARDS check. So, how does the CARDS check helps to identify potential risk? Let me explain a bit what you can expect from the CARDS check step by step. So actually, what kind of data lies behind that? We have in total 35 carcinogens, which lies as a data matrix. That means you, behind the CARDS check, that means you can choose from 35 carcinogens, actually 34 plus lead, which is not a carcinogen, but quite important for the workplace. So it's included in the CARDS check. Then we have 260 sectors. They have been chosen by the NACE code, together with, let's see the number, 170 occupations behind that. That means you can enter either by a carcinogen you know that, or you suspect to be present at the workplace, and then you can see what kind of sector and what kind of occupation is the one where the carcinogen might be present. Or if you don't really know what kind of carcinogen you are working with, but you know the sector or occupation, you can also enter with selecting the sector or occupation, and this leads you then to the carcinogen in the end. This helps you then to identify the potential risk, and maybe, as I've learned, for example, today from the workers' exposure survey, that florists are also exposed to formaldehyde, you can learn that there might be also other carcinogens you have not suspected so far in your task involved. So, the CARDS check also helps to find you the best practices and task-specific guidance. That's something we want to support. And here we have assembled over 400 different guidelines which are connected sector-specifically to the task and to a certain carcinogen. So far, we have English, German, French, and Dutch guidelines, which are connected there. And this is growing. That's a growing database. Yeah? So with the project phase 3.0 ahead, of course, the roadmap on carcinogens commits to also update all this data, and you can make sure, and that it will be made sure, that best practices guidelines and for protection measures will also grow here, as long as they are useful and representative for the different tasks. Yeah. So we also asked the question, what type of assistance are you anticipating from the CARDS check? And as you see, 75% also wished for practice example and guidelines, luckily for that what we already have. And the others said they wanted also some websites and some basic information. That's the 25% about this on the other side, yeah. So actually from the best practices we have in the roadmap on carcinogens, many basic explanations are already there, providing also help for the practice. So that's kind of covered already. by the roadmap. So as I already indicated, the CARDS check wants to provide legal compliance, kind of. So this is also taken care of. We took in our consideration when we developed the CARDS check, the directive and what is in the directive. When you look at the stop principle, how you, especially on carcinogens, how can you implement certain protection measures and so on. And from the background information you receive, because when you answer your question, you will get certain background information. This is also based on information we have already in the directive. What we cannot do so far is, of course, limited, because we wanted to have it as a broader instrument which can be used all over Europe. We cannot take the national obligations into consideration here. So this would be a plus, which still would be needed to do if you really perform a risk assessment. So, and what started out with a simple questionnaire actually became much, much more at the end of the Challenge 3.2. We realized that many things we are addressing here with the CARDS check are also basic results we have in the Roadmap on Carcinogen project in total, and are also results from other challenges. So, for example, regarding the hazards, we already have really nicely developed fact sheets in the Roadmap on Carcinogens, which gives hint to what kind of sector, what kind of occupation is exposed to certain carcinogens. We have the good practices, which helps choosing the protection measures. But we also have, for example, as we heard today, Challenge 2.1, which helps with substitution, and many, many more challenges, which all give into information which can be used in the CARDS check. So the CARDS check is not only a questionnaire, but an interactive tool, which actually also is an essential entry point in the new website. And that's the point where I now hand over and give the floor to Pierre, who will give you the sneak peek to what is actually to be expected on the new website. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the Belgian presidency for this invitation and the possibility for us to present a preview of this card check for the first time. So I'm pleased to firstly present to you the logo, which clearly refers to the stop principle, with this N in front of the pictogram, clearly referring to the aim to prevent exposure to carcinogens. Okay, it's not the same. Check. This one? Top. Okay, sorry. So first of all, how this CARDS check is structured. You will find, of course, a search tool on the right side of the website, but also a menu with different topics. Different sections. The sections on the left refer to the understanding of the risk. What are the risks for your occupation? What kind of information you can find of the carcinogens? What is your right on duties? But you will find also relevant information on how to take action to perform this prevention strategy and find adequate resources to find measures on good practices. I will go to an example to illustrate the level of information you can find. First of all, for the first section, what are the risks of your occupation? With an example of aircraft assembler and fabricators. You will, when choosing this example, you will find a summary of the different kind of carcinogen you can find in your activity, in your activity sector. and also a good resume of what you will be able to be exposed to that kind of carcinogens. On the right side of the website, we'll find the table of contents. So I will start with the level of information you can have related to the carcinogens present in your activity. So in that example, we are referring to quite known chemical risk related to metals exposure, composites, for instance, but you may also be confronted to other kind of risk, for instance, physical strain on musculoskeletal concerns. So coming back to chemical risk, you may be exposed to some carcinogens such as cadmium, chromium trioxide, and we intend to provide relevant link to existing fact sheet in the roadmap website. So the idea is to give just a summary on cadmium, for instance, with main information related to the toxicity, the level of exposure. But if you need more information, there will be a link to the fact sheet, and of course you will be able to have more detailed information. Coming back now to the STOP principle, we will start for the S. So everybody knows now that it stands for substitution, and as it has been exposed previously by Tony, there are existing materials related to example, helping you to substitute carcinogens. So in that example, regarding to chromium trioxide, I will refer to the material providing in France related to fact sheet aiming to give you some example of substitutes for chromium-6. So in that perspective, we will give a relevant link to these fact sheets. Then you will have the O and T, so T for technical prevention and O organizational prevention measures. And also for that, we will give relevant information on a link to interesting materials. So in that example, it is a fact sheet existing both in German and in French and English also, related to the metals I referred to before, so cadmium, chromium trioxide, but also cobalt. So it will help also the prevention to find relevant measures in order to address the risk. Then we will come to other kind of information. As Michaela explained to you before, there is a need also to referring to existing regulation in case of occupational exposure limit value in Europe. So in that case, we will give the information up to date, so referring to the directives with the different level endorsed at the European level. Our aim is not to give information to national values directly, but of course, if any information is available, we will give the link to the national values. And then I would like also to indicate that if any information related to exposure is available, we will also intend to provide information. In that case, it's related to the challenge 1.1, and for cobalt, there is, for instance, some relevant information in the Justice database. So the idea here is also to give a quite summary of what is relevant regarding exposure. Sometimes it's very more explicit to give a quick summary and not to refer to very important guidance to read, but just a summary is the first things I think important to give to SMEs, for instance. So in that case, you will also have some information regarding the different data you can use. It could be exposure modeling, it could be exposure scenario providing by REACH, for instance, and it is important to remind that all that information can be used for exposure and chemical risk assessment. And then you will find also, and it is important to remind that there are duties for employers, but also rights for the workers. And we intend also to remind that and to keep a summary of existing duties for employers. So you will find a summary of what your employers have to do according to the OSH regulation. So I will not go through because you are all familiar with that, but it's important to have this summary. But also, as a worker, as an employee, your rights, and to remind that there is a need for your employer to perform a risk assessment, to be sometimes followed by your medical doctor, to have a medical surveillance in case you are exposed to carcinogens. To conclude now and to give you a summary on what maybe you can bring at home is the CARS check is an easy start on support for risk assessment. It's not dedicated to experts. It's really dedicated to people not familiar with chemical risk. The benefits is to give a tool connected to other places where you can find relevant information, especially in the roadmap website, of course. In a digital format, you will have access to more than 40 best practices, task-specific guidelines at the beginning, but in the future there will additional information, hopefully. And we intend also to get some feedback from experts. It is important to consider that tool as a lively tool that will gain from the feedback from experts. At the beginning, we plan to provide this tool in 2 different languages, so English, French, German, Dutch, Spanish, also Slovenian, but maybe in the future we expect to extend the different languages covered by this tool. I would like to thank my colleague Jeremy, but also warmly Romy, of course, and Michaela for the very well coordinated activity on the effort made to provide this CARS check tool. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for yet another excellent example of cross-border collaboration. And now we're moving into the final session, and I know you're tired, but really, this one, finally, what's going on in the labour inspectorates, and how is cooperation with the labour inspectorates going these days? And what can we learn from the case studies? What are they doing in SLIC, the Senior Labour Inspectors Committee? How does it all fit into place? So to tell us a little bit about this part of the puzzle, I'm delighted to welcome 2 colleagues from Belgium. We have Elke de Wits, who's a labour inspector, very hands-on lady, I'm told. And that means, down to earth and in the workplaces. And also Dimitri de Koning, who is an advisor and coordinator both in the laboratory for occupational hygiene in the ministry. So we're going to get an update on what's going on there, and I'm delighted to welcome you both. Floor is yours.
A bit, perhaps. Yes. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes, perfect. So Dimitri and I are very, very honored to be here today and to report to you on the challenge 3.3, cooperation with inspectorates. I'm just quickly going to show you here where our challenge is situated. It's under Pillar 3, mobilizing stakeholders. But of course, Dimitri and I didn't do this challenge or deal with this challenge alone. We had a whole team involved, and I would like to mention them. So first of all, we had the chair and co-chair of SLIC Working Group Chemex. They are not here, but it's Monique Wagemakers from the Netherlands and Darren Arkens from Ireland. And we had several ROC partners. We had from Austria, representatives Gertrude Breindel and Gerlinde Ziniel, from Belgium, Dimitri and myself, and then from the SLIC Secretariat, we had Priscilla Vaas and Francesca Cavallin from DG Employment. We also had Jos and Amber from the ROC Management, that you perhaps all know by now also. So it was really a team effort. So now you already heard me mention several times SLIC, and I know that some of you already know SLIC very well, but for some of you it might be interesting to give you a bit more information about SLIC. So SLIC stands for Senior Labour Inspectors Committee and was established by the Commission decision in 1995. SLIC gives its opinion on several matters relating to the member states' enforcement of EU legislation on OSH. In fact, they coordinate national labour inspectorates' activities on a European level, so they're the perfect partner for this roadmap challenge. SLIC holds 2 plenaries a year, every time in the member state holding the presidency, the EU presidency. So we had the last SLIC meeting in Brussels in the beginning of May. There's always 1 full member per member state present, and an officially designated alternate can replace the official member if he would not be able to participate in the meeting. SLIC also has several working groups. There are working groups like MASHEX that deal with OSH and machineries, but also BioLex, but I will not name them all here. The most important one for this challenge was the working group CHEMEX, which main task is to support national labour inspectorates in the enforcement of legislation on chemical agents. And they do so by exchanging good practices, but they also have developed guidance documents like on welding fumes and respirable crystalline silica on construction sites. And they also already developed a guidance on basic training on chemical agents for labour inspectors without prior knowledge to chemical agents. So that is what SLIC is all about. Now that you know who is involved and what SLIC stands for, I would like to tell you something about the 2 activities that our challenge focused on. So first of all, we focused on disseminating the SLIC guidelines that were already developed and that can be found on the SLIC website, but most important of all now, also on the roadmap website. Also, the training module on chemical hazards at the workplace can be found on the roadmap website. The second activity was about exchanging enforcement activities between the national labour inspectorates, and this via inspectorate case studies. We will tell you a bit more about that in the next slides. So what were the objectives, and are still the objectives of our challenge? That is to learn from one national labour inspectorate to another, to encourage national labour inspectors to increase enforcement activities and inspections on cancer-causing agents, but also making clear to companies and workers that compliance is important and will be enforced. So regarding these exchanges on inspectorate case studies, the proposal to do so, to exchange this information via the roadmap, was approved by the SLIC plenary under the Spanish presidency in October 2023. And it was further promoted during our thematic day here in Brussels. So I already told you we have a SLIC plenary every 6 months. And the day after the SLIC plenary, we always organize a thematic day. And this time it was organized in Brussels. And the topic was the development of an efficient national labour inspectorate's strategy to enforce the occupational safety and health of workers exposed to hazardous chemicals, with a focus on carcinogenic, mutagenic and reprotoxic chemicals. So in the morning of our thematic day, we had 6 member states, 6 labour inspectorates who presented to us a recent inspection campaign related to carcinogens. One of those presentations was from Belgium because we had a recent local inspection campaign related to respirable crystalline silica of stoneworkers. And in the afternoon, Jos de Lange from the roadmap gave us an interesting presentation to promote the roadmap. and also to encourage all the people that presented in the morning to share an inspectorate case study with us of their inspection campaign. So we hope they will do so. We already have Austria that prepared the case. I can also inform you that we have some news. In the last SLIC plenary, we agreed, or SLIC agreed, upon the topic of the next SLIC campaign, next SLIC inspection campaign, 2025 and 2027. It will be on the new asbestos directive, the enforcement of it, and the campaign will be shared by Belgium. And we will have, of course, a working group to support us with 6 member states that will help us prepare this campaign, and also EU OSHA. So we're very happy to give you this news of the new SLIC campaign. But back to the roadmap now. About these inspection case studies, we already have a set of cases ready for publication, but they will be published on the new website that will be launched after the summer. I don't know if this is still correct, but once it is launched, we have cases ready to upload. But I give now the floor to my colleague to give you a sneak peek of this website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elke, for this short introduction for what SLIC stands for and what is our challenge about. So also I want to give you a sneak peek on how do these inspectorate case studies look like. So what you see on the screen, sorry, I have to, the green one. Okay, so what you see on the screen are some screenshots that are taken from the website that was under development in the beginning of 2024. As we already know that the website will be redesigned and will be relaunched normally in September 2024. You should be aware that the look and the feel of these pages will change. So, but it will give you an idea what it's all about. For your information, the content on the cases or the template has not been changed in the last year. So what you see here is the back end of the system. So this part of the ROC website that will be available to the Labor Inspectorate, where they can fill in the templates and upload the cases. So every Labor Inspectorate will get a login procedure that they can use to upload the cases on a step-by-step cases. It will also be possible to upload pictures, so, and these can be pictures showing good practices, for example, but also these can be pictures showing some bad practices that are revealed in a specific inspection case or during a specific inspection campaign. So to give you a more clear idea how this such a case can look like, here we presented a case from an inspection campaign that was performed by the colleagues of the Austrian Labor Inspectorate. And if I remember well, it started in 2016 and was followed by a follow-up campaign in 2018, and it was on the topic of respirable crystalline silica in the mining sector and on construction sites. So what kind of information will you find in these case studies? Well, first of all, you will get a lot of information on the factual information. So where did the campaign took place, in which country, how many inspections were performed, was the campaign targeted at a specific sector or at a specific substance, in this case a carcinogen substance. So all this information will be taken up in the first part of these cases. Also, you will find some information, of course, on the results of the case study or the inspection campaign. So this will also be taken up in the cases, and also, like, for example, what type of enforcement and the level of enforcement. This type of information will also be included in the case. Like, for example, how many verbal or written notices were issued? Were there warning notices issued, or were even prohibition notices issued? were fines attributed to the companies or not, also this kind of information will be included in the case studies. And of course, there will be also a small part on the outcome of the case study or the inspection campaign, which includes, like for example, lessons learned. Like for example, I told you already about good practices, but also it will be possible to show some bad practices in the case studies. So how will this information be accessible on the new ROC website? Well, there will be two possibilities. The first possibility that you have, that there will be a list of all the inspectorate case studies that are uploaded on the website, and you can scroll to the list and look at the topics of the different case studies. But there is also another way of searching this kind of information on the website, and if you're looking for information on a specific substance, in this case a CMR substance, then you will not only get, of course, the fact sheet on this substance and all the good practices that have already been uploaded on the ROC website, but you will also get the inspectorate case study in your search results, of course, if this case study is available for the substance you're looking for. So, yeah, we should be very, as you all know, when you're performing an inspection campaign or an inspectorate case study, then this can contain sensitive information. So that's why we have to, we elaborated a kind of review process to review the cases before publication, because you always have to make sure that no names of companies are mentioned in a case study or during an inspection campaign. And also when you're using pictures, that there are no, it's not clear from the picture where the picture was taken in a certain company, or if people are on the picture, like workers, that they cannot be identified on the pictures. So that's why we elaborated the review process that will be elaborated by the SLIC working group ChemX. So how does it work in practice? So in this case, when a submitter, and this will be an inspector, decides to fill in the template and upload a new case, then this new case will be uploaded to the back end of the system. So it will not be directly publicly available on the ROC website. So an email notification will be sent to SLIC working group ChemX, and somebody of the working group ChemX will review the case. So he can edit the case, and it can do suggestions to the submitter to adapt the case, to take out some information that can give a problem. So, but this will always be in close collaboration with the submitter and the reviewer, and after a while, they can decide when the case will be ready for publication. So if they both agree, then the case will be published on the public part of the ROC website, and the submitter will get a notification that his case was published. So where do we stand? We have a procedure for uploading these new cases on the ROC website. We have a review process to review the cases before publications. We already have a digital platform, that's the website, but we still have to wait the official launch in September before we can upload the new cases. And as Elke already told, we have already 10 cases reviewed that are ready for publication when the website will be launched in September. And we're hoping also that the member states that presented at the thematic day in May also will fill in the template and upload this case so that it would be available on the ROC website. And of course, we will still be looking for some further interesting cases for publication on the ROC website, and for this we will use the knowledge sharing site of SLIC to promote again between inspectors of the different member states to upload interesting cases. So to do this, we will also publish a promotional article when the website will be launched. And as we already heard, the project, this specific challenge, will be part of ROC 3.0 and will run to at least 2027. So we hope that by the end of 2027, 27, we will have a lot of interesting cases available on the website. So in this case, SLIC can contribute to the exchange of information on handling carcinogens. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So here we are at the end of our first day. Thank you very much for that and for the sneak peek, and congratulations on the launch of the SLIC campaign. Very good news indeed. So we're coming to the end of day one. We're at the end of day one, and I have a couple of things to say. All PowerPoints will be made available later on the website. I've noticed many people taking photographs of the slides. So I'm reliably assured that they will be made available on the website unless a speaker specifically asks not. I don't think that's the case. As Hannah mentioned this earlier this afternoon when she opened the conference, tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day because we're going to have a bit of a look back at our achievements, but we're also moving into a new phase. We're also looking forward. What are the challenges and what have we decided to do to meet those challenges? And we will have a spectacular launch of the roadmap on carcinogens 3.0 at the end of the day, if everybody agrees. So there will be lots going on. We'll hear from the European Commission tomorrow as well, and some other people who haven't had their voices heard yet. And we'll also be feeding into the panel discussion tomorrow some of the views you've shared with us on Menti and some of the questions and concerns outlined. And I look forward to the panel discussion. I'd like to give you some information now about where we're going next. And I'd like to challenge Tony Musu, because there is one place where we do not promote the principle of substitution. And that is if the Belgian presidency of the European Union invites you to visit their world-famous beer museum. So I would strongly recommend to you, for one evening, abandon the notion of substitution, take in the real thing. Belgium has a long and wonderful cultural history involving the production of beer. And it's lovely that finally, it's a very new museum, that there is a museum worthy of this wonderful tradition. So, have fun at that. And just to tell you, at 6 o'clock here, there will be a bus from outside the door taking you to the venue. At 6:15, there's one picking up the people who are in the Ton Hotel, EU, where most participants are staying. Pardon? Yeah. And then, if you decide to walk and stroll through the park and have a look around, it is walking distance, there's no doubt about that. But, head off soon. And do be in situ at the Bourse, Place de la Bourse, where the beautiful, relatively new museum of beer, beer museum is located. And so I'll see you there at 7. And I just wanted to say one more thing. We'll have proper thank yous tomorrow. But just thank you all for your patience. It was a heavy day. Also, thank you to all those who contributed, to all our speakers. Thanks to the technicians and to our interpreters. And see you later. Bye.
the train back for the beach. In our time, the worries are so out of reach. In our minds, evening fell and melted into sand. In our hands, in our hands. Is it living? That's what we want. We can make it on our own. Pick the colors from the sky. When the ships are flying by, I know, I know, it's so. Sea of love and waves of light. We are sailing through the night, drifting through our open mind. In a supernova of love. I'm flying to the moon with you tonight. I'm flying back home with you tonight. And it's so far away, and it's so long, and it's so far away. I'm flying to the moon. Inside